Welcome everyone. Welcome. As you can see in the chat, I got a new preset pack out. So little shameless self-promotion. I got a new preset pack out for Arturia Pigments. It's called Modern Drum and Bass for Pigments, and it's out now on Black Octopus Sound. Link is in the chat. So if you want to check it out, if you need some patches for pigments that are going to be good for drum and bass, then check out the pack. You can now spend the chat with it. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I can turn it off. I can set it so that only I can use it, but I mean, I just left it on, so if anybody asks about the link, you know what command to use to to get the link. Yeah, I actually finished that pack in January, so it's been quite a while, actually. Took a little bit of time to get it released, but that was, you know, not their fault. That was on my end. But I'm glad that it's finally out, because I spent a lot of time working on that pack, and yeah, it's great to see that's finally released. So, welcome. Hope you're doing good. I just want to make some music today, just see where we end up. I do have another project that I might open if nothing cool happens, because I have another project that I also was working on that I could always open, but for now we're just gonna do some sound design first. How are you all doing? Let's get that running. There we go. I guess I'll just show the pack first, because we're just waiting for some people to come in. So let me just go through a couple of patches from the pack. So let's see. I have my sound banks. There we go. So it's 128 presets. Quite a lot, actually. It's that was also one of the reasons why it took longer than expected to get this released. One of the reasons was that I just couldn't get the audio demo right, and another reason was that it took me way longer to make the pack than I initially thought. They asked me to do the pack, or they asked for somebody to do the pack, and I basically replied to them. I said, like, hey, if you want, I can do it. And they didn't really have a deadline at first, so I asked them, and they gave me a deadline, and I was like, oh yeah, that should be fine. You know, thinking about, like, I did like plenty of preset packs in the past, right, for like other synths. And I thought, oh, that seems about reasonable for the amount of presets. Like 128 presets is quite a bit, but seeing the time they gave me, it was like 3 months, I believe, so I thought that should be more than enough. But no, it was not 3 months, it was less, but it was plenty of time. But then I started working on it, and of course, you know, I procrastinated a little bit at the first part, but then when I actually got to working on the pack, I was like, oh, I still got plenty of time, so I started working on it, and then I got to actually saving the presets and working on getting the pack done. And I was like, wait, all these browser tags in Pigments, like if you go to the save preset thing, all this stuff down here, that's gonna take a lot of time to set that all up, a lot of extra time, including all the macros and everything that I had to do for the pack. And I was like, wait, that's actually gonna be a lot more time than it would take to do, for instance, the serum preset pack. And that ended up being quite a bit of time that it took to do all the tagging and all the descriptions of the patches and all that, naming the patches as well. That was like, I've done packs with like 60 or 80 presets, and that's already tough to come up with names. But then when you have 128, it's like, yeah, it was a bit of work, but I'm glad. Did you learn Pigments while making the pack, or did you already know it beforehand? Well, I actually already did a Pigments pack before that. I did a pack for Arturia, which is in the... Can we see that here? Yeah, it should be here. I don't have it because I made part of the pack, and they never gave it to they never added it to my account. I probably should have asked them, by the way, but I never did. But this pack right here, Bass Thermal, I did like a ton of presets for that pack. So I didn't do all 150 ones. Not sure why it's not. Okay, there we go. See, so there's like a ton of presets that I did for that pack as well, including other people like Guidra. I think Venus Theory was in here as well, if I was right. Oh no, he was not. He did another pack, I guess. And this pack was released with, I think it was Pigments 3 that came out. Or Pigments, what was it? Pigments 3? Or was there also 3.5? Now I'm getting confused because I think now we're already on Pigments 4, so it's like... But I did a part of that pack as well. So I guess I learned Pigments more during that pack. Yeah, I think Pigments is a great synth. It's a great synth. Although I have to say, Phase Blend has gotten a lot better. Now it also has a granular engine. So yeah, let me just see, because there's I got the pack here. Yeah, there's just a ton of presets actually. Let's see, type. Where you can hear the presets, you can go to the link that is in the chat. If you scroll up a little bit, there's a link in the chat by the Streamlabs bot. And on there you basically can find the product page and the demo track. And I guess the presets, well, I'm just showing a couple now. Not gonna go through all 128, but... It's just some pads, and you want to use the macros a lot. I'm not gonna do too much with them. Just for like... Should I make this a little bit louder as well? Not sure how loud we are. It's pretty quiet. Let me put a utility on it. There we go. I think that's the major minor chord that changes that. Just some nice atmospheric things. There's quite a few of them actually. Like some drones and sounds like that. It's always nice to have. Let's see, we got some... like some nice lead things. What else do we have? What's that? Oh yeah, just more some like some... This is using the granular engine, I believe. We've got some... Oh yeah, I see now. I have some favorite ones. That's why it's only showing me part of them, and then we get more of those. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter. These are quite interesting. These are very... The pitch drifts a lot on these. Same thing with that one. Let's go down a little bit. Some string. Really using a lot of that granular engine on that one. And there's a couple of those again. Some risers, of course, which I do this again. I think you just, yeah, it just rises. And then if you bring the mod wheel up, it stops rising, and you can just use the pitch bend. So that's just a different way of doing it. I first had it so that all the riser patches were just set so that when you just press a note, it doesn't rise. And then you just use the pitch bend yourself so that you can decide how long the riser is going to be. But then Black Octopus Sound, they were like, yo, can you just make them rise? And I was like, yeah, but the maximum length, if we go inside a patch here, I did this using the function modulator. And the maximum length here that it can be is 8 bars. So if you want to do a 16 bar rise, it's like you can't use it for that. So I was like, yeah, but that's not really nice. And they were like, well, can't you just make it so that, I don't know, just do it and just do it like that. And then if somebody wants a 16 bar rise, they have to change the patch or something. They have to use the pitch bend. And I was like, yeah, there should be a better way. And then I thought, wait, what if I just assign this to the mod wheel so that when you bring the mod wheel up, it disables this rise and you can just use the pitch bend. And now you can basically do both at once. So if you just need a short rise, you can just use this and change this here. And then the cool thing about this as well is like every patch, this is why it takes so long, by the way, to make patches or preset packs for Pigments. Every patch has this thing here, this icon here at the top, that is basically a tooltip icon. So if you click that and then enable show tips, it will show you certain parameters and give you a range on that. And I've basically specified all these things so that inside the patch you can see like, oh, if I change these parameters, it does quite a bit to the sound. So those are just sort of like suggestions of what you should play with in the patch to change how it sounds. And that's done for every patch. So every patch has these things set up. I mean, it's not difficult to learn, I think. It's just you need to get used to something. I mean, there's a couple of things I don't really use a lot. Like, I don't really use the harmonic engine here. I don't really use that one a lot. I should use it more, but I'm not too familiar with that one. But the other three I use a lot, so even I don't know it fully, but there's plenty of stuff you can do with this. That is really cool. What else do we have? Let's see. Got some melodic sequences. I'm not sure what those are. Oh, see right here, it shows the mod wheel as being something you should move up. So yeah, that's something you probably wanna automate, right? And then if you go in here, you can see there's other things as well. So it says like, oh, if you change the wavetable, you're going to get a completely different patch from this. And that is a good way to get a lot of variations on this. So, see? So you get a different result by just changing the wavetable alone. See, it just tells you like, oh, these are good things to play with. This will change. And of course you can mess with all the other things as well, but these are just things that will change the patch in a way that I think are pretty interesting. And it'll sometimes have that here on the effects tab as well. This one doesn't, but there's plenty of things like that in this pack as well. So if you want to have an idea of how the patches are made, that's also a good way to look at things. Oh, that's the the bass one that fits with that. These are more from multiple notes, I think. Yeah. Let's see, where do we have some basses? Oh, we got some drums as well. Just to get an idea on how to make those inside of here. Here we got some bass things. Quite a few sub bass things. I should probably Oh, was my mic off? How long was it off? God damn it. I just explained the whole thing about 2 scales. 7 minutes. Oh yeah, well then the entire explanation is gone. I was talking about that I have been learning a bit about the other minor scales. I'm not sure if you heard that, but I I've been looking into the other minor scales. So you've got natural minor, melodic minor, and harmonic minor, of course. Like those 3 are pretty well known. But then you also have other ones. Like for instance, Hungarian minor, which is sometimes I believe also called gypsy minor. And then you've got Ukrainian minor as well. And I was playing a bit of those scales just now. And one characteristic that they both have is that they have a sharp 6 in the scale, which I'm not sure if a lot of you know what that means, but in the case of E, so E, then the 6 would normally be, or what is that? Sharp, no, sharp 4, is it? Yeah, it has a sharp 4. So you get E, 1, 2, 3, and then the 4 normally would be A, right? In the case of E. But then with both Hungarian minor and Ukrainian minor, that becomes A sharp. So you get that interval, which is a really dissonant, sort of like almost haunting interval. It's basically a tritone, I think, if I'm correct. And then you get that move up from there to B, which is the 5th. And in the case of Hungarian minor, you actually get, in case of E Hungarian minor, you get E, and then you get A sharp, B, and C right next to each other. So that's 3 semitones right next to each other that are in that scale, which makes for some really interesting melody options, but also chord options, because it makes so that certain chords could be both major or minor. It really depends. And then in Ukrainian minor, you don't have a C. There's no C in that, which is the what is that, the 6th of the scale? That is raised to C sharp. It's kind of interesting. So A sharp could be minor or major. Yeah, it's really interesting. Those are some really interesting versions of the minor scale. And I believe Hungarian minor is the same as double harmonic minor, but I could be wrong. Let me check. Hungarian minor? Yeah, double harmonic. The Hungarian minor, double harmonic minor scale, or gypsy minor scale is basically what it's often called. It has a really interesting sound. It makes for some pretty cool chords because check. If we were in regular if we were in regular E minor, right? You get, and I can really easily show you. Let me just put this on as well. The Max for Life, utilities, no, MIDI tools, virtual piano. There you go. So you can actually see what I'm playing. So if we get E, and then we would get E minor, of course. Now, going down, in the case of regular E minor, we would then get D major, I believe. Yeah. So that's sounds cool, but it's a pretty standard interval. But if we then go to that Hungarian, that D becomes D sharp, and you suddenly get this solo-like movement. If you just play E with G, so that's just your E minor interval, then you get that D sharp below it, and if you then combine that by leaving the G there, you get that. Which is a really interesting movement. It's E minor to D sharp major. And there's a couple of other things in the skill, other chords in the skill that also change compared to the regular minor that are quite interesting. So, should we just play around a little bit with it and see if we can make something? Let's see what other ones we have. Should we just do something with that movement? Let's just see if that works. I'm gonna go... If I just... I'm gonna grab a different piano, by the way. That's really quiet. Let's just grab an atmosphere. I need some atmospheric thing, and I'm not entirely sure what I want, so atmosphere is always a good thing to grab in that sense. I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of atmosphere. I think it's just, you know, it's slow, it's clunky, it's old. But it has a ton of good sounds, so it's easy to find something if you just need something really quickly and you're not sure what. So let's just go to this here, and then maybe... where's pads? Oh, there. Need something more. Let me go to all. Let me go to here and then see what we get. Because then we get a lot more that I saved. What do we get? I actually quite like that one. I mean, it's an interesting progression. I think we need some drums to that just at the moment. We don't necessarily need the piano. I'm thinking about this right now. This could be an intro. Here could be drums coming in. And then here we could drop. How long is that? 64. Holy shit, that's already long. Doesn't matter. See, we can go 64 bar intro. I mean, I fucking love long intros, so doesn't matter. In fact, there's a couple of tracks I'm working on for the EP, and they almost all have a long intro, so you know me, fuck short intros. Although there's one with a shorter intro, so we'll see. Let's just make some drums. I'm feeling like getting some drums going. Yo, Aduken. Yo, Mulder. Welcome to the stream. Let's... I'm feeling just some like rolling kind of drums for this, like under this. Like, this could be pretty spacious. We can do like a ton of automation here, have like different layers playing these things, because right now it's just this one pad. But I like that movement. Going down to that major, while that top note just stays. And then doing that again. It's quite like a haunting, spooky kind of sound. While not being too spooky. Like it's not full on Halloween spook, if you get what I mean. So yeah, let's do some drums to that and see what we come up with, and then we can see where that leads us. Addictive drums, I guess. Always a good thing to start with, I guess. So let's just grab that. Time to make some breaks. Okay, so we want to have kick, probably, snare, and then we'll see what happens after that. Maybe we'll do hat, and then we'll figure out what happens in between. Okay. Now we can at least get started with setting up the kit. It's gonna sound fucking awful because the velocities are all the same and we have a lot of work to do. So, kick. I'm not sure if I'll use the kick actually in here, so I'll come back to that later. I'm actually gonna start with the snare. Should we grab the Pearl reference? Go up to E4 probably. Let's see. What is this? A. That would be B. Yeah. Let's try B. That one is actually pretty good. I usually turn this on as well because I don't like it when it chooses to use like round robins, because you can control that with the velocity. So I would usually just do velocity changes to get like different sounds. It's a little bit better, a little bit easier. Let's go quite high passed on the hi-hat. And I am gonna bring in a kick real quick. I can always mute it, but for now I'm gonna use a kick as well. Okay, let's make this one centered. And I'm gonna go to here real quick to the master, and I'm just gonna turn on a little bit of this tape so that it becomes a little bit louder. Just to get a bit of that tape saturation in there. And then I'm also gonna go and grab, let's just grab the M wave shaper. And let's just boost that up a little bit more. So we're just gonna go, let's just do this. Which is basically soft flipping that I'm doing right now. There we go. Somebody help Mr. Catstein out. Okay, so the first thing I always do in here is set my level. So, like, as you can see, if I just mute this real quick. So, we can have the full range, but listen to how the kick sounds. It becomes really clicky at its full velocity. Now, we can go in here, and we can say, okay, I want to have a bit of a duller sounding kick. So more like bass heavy, like right here. But it's also going to make it quieter, and I don't want that. I want to be able to use that full velocity. So instead, you just go in here, and you just bring this down, and you just limit what samples it can use. So I can just set this to 69%, for instance. Noise. And now, it has a darker sound, but with the loudest velocity. And the same thing, of course, can be done for the snare. So if we go into the snare, like at this point here, it sounds like that. And you can pick which sample it uses for the loudest section of the snare. I actually like it around here, where we get that high resonance in the snare. See there, we get a bit of a lower resonance as well. And here we get that higher bing, which is really nice. Quite decent. Now, it's far from a good break yet, so let's go and mess a little bit with this right here. So I'm just gonna mess a little bit with the MIDI itself. So let's just bring back the head, and I'm gonna make the head a little bit quieter here, because it's gonna be quite loud to begin with. So let's just make it a little bit quieter. And this is only the dry that's getting quieter, because it's also in here. So if I want to get the overhead to be quieter, so the heads in the overhead to be quieter, I can go onto the hi-hat here, and I can bring the overhead level down. And it makes the heads quieter. So now let's go and mess with this a bit, so that we get a bit more of a better sort of like drum pattern. I probably want to have another ghost snare here. And we can maybe do something like that. And maybe we want another one, but then that's already getting more like a drum and bass break. We can also do one here at the end to get that extra into the next phrase, into the next section. We could also maybe play around with another kick here. And then here as well, for instance. Get a really like rolling pattern. You can play around with like having a quiet snare somewhere here, so you get like a you can even put one, I don't know, right here. And we can also go for the more rim shot snare on here, for instance. So we get, if we just take a couple of these away again, because it's a little bit much, so let's just do that. and we get sure if I like that. That one's also pretty cool. Bit of a lower. Not entirely sure what that is in terms of. It's not a rim because Rimshot has that sound. Anyway, that should get us going a little bit. Maybe we want to add some extra heads as well. Oh, and by the way, there's another thing I can recommend you to do. Is you can just make the notes really short in when you're using addictive drums, because it doesn't matter how short the notes are. Like, you're using the release in addictive drums to tell how long the actual drum sounds are anyway. So you can go to like 130 seconds, and then you can also do like these really cool sort of like rolls at the end, for instance. So you can do like 2 of these in like 130-second notes, and then you get like a little. You can also do that like right in front of another snare, so you get like really interesting. You can get some pretty cool effects like that. I'm not gonna do that now. I think this is more what we need for this one, that, and then that one here. For the hats, let's do. Might take a different hat, but oh, let's take that one. Also use this here. And I also need to go in here, so let's see the pitch for this. We need to hear that. I think that is alright. Let's make it shorter. Like, bass drums are super short, so. I'm gonna give these a little. Now, what I also like to do in here a lot of times is I like to sort of like separate. This is not possible in real life, but I like to separate the sort of like the heads and leave a little bit of the heads in the overheads, but then have a lot of the heads coming from the room mic. which is possible if you just bring the overhead down quite a bit here. So in the overhead channel, you mostly get the kick and snare. And just a little bit of the head, maybe. Because a lot of times I don't like what the tone of the snare becomes when you add the room. So if I now add the room as well, so let's just listen to the snare on itself. So if we just do this, like it sounds like that, which is pretty alright. It's a good starting point. Do you hear how much low-end mud is added with the room mic? And I don't like that. Now we can high-pass the room mic, of course, but it still changes the tone of the snare. It loses that high-pitch resonance that we had. See, we really need to high-pass really high anyway to get that sound back. So I just don't like having the snare in the room mic to begin with, or really quiet. So I just usually then go to the snare channel here, and I just turn the room mic all the way down. And on the kick, let's do the same. So in the room, we now only have the hi-hat. And we don't hear that because it's not turned on. But now we only get this. And then we can also really use this room mic to kind of add high end to the hi-hats. By just boosting here, and it won't affect the snare. That's maybe a little bit too much, but now another thing that I figured out recently, that I never knew, is that there's actually width controls as well in here. And I never knew about that, but it makes quite a big change. So if you go to the kick channel, for instance, or let's do the snare channel, it's a little bit more easier to hear. If we play this, I'll play it in solo. So it's mostly going to the overhead now. Do you see this thing right here? This is the panning, of course. But there's also width control, and that is changed by dragging up and down. And if we go to here, it's basically now mono in the overhead as well. And that can be pretty helpful to make drum and bass drums, because you don't want them becoming too wide, because then it's gonna suck in a club environment most of the time. So you can actually narrow them down already here, which is, in my opinion, much better than doing it afterwards and trying to work with really stereo drums and making them sound good in mono. So just narrowing that down a little bit. And I think there's also something... Let's see. Just do that a little. And then the hi-hat I'll leave alone, because that's quite nice if it's wide, so we can just have that wide. But sometimes it can actually make the head sound more pronounced if we just do a little bit of maybe that in the overhead channel, so that we have a more like mono head in the overhead channel, and then the width is coming from the room mic. Just a little bit. Let's go in here. I'm not sure if I'm going to use the kick, but let's just do a little bit of a pitch envelope to it. Ooh, let's do the overheads. Let's try doing this. Let's use this one. Let's just really crunch that high end. Sure if I like it, but I want to see if okay, maybe we just need a different hat. That could also be the case. Let's go in here. Could be fun. Hmm. I like that one. It just works. the snare we're gonna do, but I can always change it later. Just gonna. Yeah, that should do for now. Let's see. I'm gonna go and group this and let me. Why is my DPI of my mouse suddenly really low? Okay, there we go. It's better again. I'm gonna group this, and in here I'm gonna put a sim player. And I'm going to... the kick is C1, right? Yeah, the kick is C1. So I'm just gonna go and set this to, I don't know, make it a little bit more like the kick in that other one, so that has velocity sensitivity. And then I'm gonna find a kick sample that I like. See what this one is gonna do, and then if I play this now, it's obviously gonna give us that, which it doesn't work at all. But I'm gonna go in here in the key thing, and I'm gonna limit the range of this to just C1, so only C1, like that. So now we get a kick. It's a little bit loud. It's really low, so let's go in here, let's take a pitch device. If we take the plus 24 one and drop it in front of here, now we get the right pitch. And I might want to use, let's group this, let's turn this off, and I'm gonna go and put an external instrument in here, and then let's grab an LFO tool. On the addictive drums layer. And let's set up a little bit of a shape like this. And then I want to have that being re-triggered by the MIDI note that we're going to feed into it. So then we're going to go in here, do external instrument, track number 10 into LFO tool. So now that's ducking the kick and the break away. And then we can use the split here, because I would like to keep the hi-hat. So if I now play just addictive drums, you can see we're losing the hi-hat. So I'm going to use the split feature here. Which basically means, because this is set to low pass, if I click it, it's now a high pass. You can see the kick comes back. It's only taking the low end out now. It's not removing the high end. Everything above like 2600 is still there. Which is nice, because we still get a bit of the click of the acoustic kick. And we get the hi-hat. Still. Which is nice, because then we can have like another kick in there. And we could either make a kick, or we can just find a sample that we like. Which is nice. Oh yeah, and this one I probably need to give a bit of a longer fade. Because if the MIDI note is really short, then this one is going to be shorter, but if we add a fade out, then we can actually hear the till. Yeah. So maybe I just want to make the MIDI notes a little bit longer for that reason. Let's just do that. That makes it a bit easier. Maybe we'll make a kick, I don't know yet, we'll see. Kind of depends what fits in the track when we get to actually having a track. But okay, let's say we have a bit of drums now. I don't like the kick, but I can't find a good one right now. Maybe in this folder. Although I think these are the same ones. Let's maybe try here. Or wait, maybe in the Patreon pack. Patreon. Let's search for kick. We have a nice... That's not the type of kick that we need. No, we'll probably make one later. Let's just get to working on the track a little bit because we have some drums now. That's fine. So. Okay, let's think about what we're gonna do here. Let me... So I want to do something with that movement. Now I think it could be cool if we have like some atmosphere just building up throughout. That just builds tension and just increases all the way to the end here. Just starts building and building and building basically. So it just needs to start small and then just grow bigger and bigger and bigger. I think that could be really cool. So, what if we use one of those convolution things that I was using earlier? Like, in the last streams. I can grab maybe some kind of a plucky string thing. So, good thing to try would be one of these. Plucked strings. Let's do, I don't know, that one maybe. Not sure what it sounds like, but... It's maybe a little quiet, but it doesn't matter, because what I want is I just want to have, like... I think just that note. And then we'll just drag that out like that. And now let's grab, let's first grab shimmer. And let's just do no shift. So it's gonna stay at the same pitch. But we're really gonna get a good amount of reverb on it. It's quite quiet, so let me also boost the volume, because that library is just pretty quiet. So we get a nice reverb on it, and then we can bring up the feedback to get more. I just want to have a bit more of that, so like sound, a bit more reverb on it, so it's a little bit more longer, it decays a bit longer. And then let's grab the kilohertz convolver. And let's grab one of my own impulse responses. So if you want to have these, go to my Patreon. Link is at the top of the chat. On there you can find these. And let's just grab one. I kind of like this Kyoto Morning one. It's, by the way, I can show you what that sounds like by itself. It's Patreon packs right here. 23, last one. And then Kyoto Morning. Is that one in there? Yeah. That's the impulse response by itself. So it's like just a really atmospheric kind of recording. It's just a field recording, basically. And that is then dropped into here, and that turns that sound that we had, that sound, into, let me do this real quick so it resets itself, into now if we put, because that might be really quiet, let me put a rec on it to make it a bit louder. Let's do this one. Let's give that a fade out. And maybe make it a little bit shorter as well if we want to have, like, we might be able to play around with this then. Although, because it might sound a little weird because it is such a long impulse. Yeah, it doesn't sound exactly how I want it, so let's just make an atmosphere in G. Just gonna do that. Now I can also play around with swapping these two around. So we have the shimmer after the convolver. That can also be really cool. We can play around with some other ones here. So let's try cars at intersection. So because that atmosphere is playing a G, that G is in both of the chords in the progression. It's in the E minor chord and in the D sharp major chord. So by just having that G note atmosphere there, it just works, see? On top of that. And we could maybe even get away with an even longer clip here. And by basically re-triggering this note here, we're also making the atmosphere sort of like rhythmic, because every time it re-triggers, it also starts that impulse again. So we get a rhythmic kind of thing. It's a long rhythmic thing, but every 16 bars or every 8 bars, it starts the same atmosphere again, because it just re-triggers that note, which kind of makes it fit a lot better in a track, I find. Usually sometimes, for instance, when I take Omnisphere for atmosphere, there will be like some really nice patches in there, but then the movement in the patches is completely not synced to the tempo of the track, and you'll have like this long note, and then in the first 16 bars it sounds amazing, and then in the second 16 bars, the movement in the patch is completely off compared to what it was in the first 16, and then it's like, I have to resample this. But with this, you can kind of make it almost rhythmic in a way, which is very subtle, but it works really nicely. So I'm just listening how long the impulse is right now. Yeah, so we don't get a gap if we do this. I can also say, if I want a more denser pad, I can say, I don't know, do every 4 bars we're going to re-trigger this. Then it's going to become a lot more denser, because then every 4 bars it re-triggers that impulse, but that impulse is much longer than 4 bars. So they start overlapping, and then you get a much more denser thing, and the first part might sound a bit quieter, and then after like a couple of loops, it starts becoming bigger and bigger, which is also kind of nice. See, now we get 2. And then now a third one gets layered on top of it. And it's subtle. But you could also say, like, for instance, down here, I'm gonna do this, and I'm just gonna add a low E, if that note is actually in the library. I don't think so. No. But if I do that, then there it brings in an E as well. So we could just play this. If I just, let me just reset this so it stops. Like if I now play that, we just get that atmosphere in G. And then here it starts adding an E underneath it as well. And you can really make it grow. It's very subtle though, but also depends on which one of these impulses you use. Now I also would really do a lot of automation on this, because you probably don't want to have it start like that. You probably want to have like some low pass filtering on it. So you can start it like that, and then make it build all the way up to there maybe. And let me mute that one for now, so we can... Okay, let's we need some kind of a subby impact thing real quick. Where's that pack? Cinematic. Oh, there. That one is quite nice. Yeah, don't do that. I'm thinking what we can do here. Let's think. I want to move towards here first, and then we'll come back to the intro. Sure, I haven't made too many bass patches yet. Let's just make one then. different bass. Thought what should we go more for like a Reese bass? But oh, there we go. Can we just is there a way to just get a saw wave in here without the whole wavetable? I don't have the ones that I want here. Doesn't matter. I just want to. Yeah, we don't get that here. Get that here then. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, well, there we go. I can do this so much easier in Serum. Let me just do it in Serum. So much easier. If I do this, I can just do that. Isn't. here because I want to see if we have some other better ones here, because I don't really like the tone of this one. They're really long, so it also takes longer for them to load. It's actually quite interesting. Has to fit though, so I want one that has a bit more of a fuller sound. So let's go. Just try that one then. Now, I can make that atmosphere even bigger by let's layering something underneath here. And I'm just gonna grab a serum. This is gonna be really simple because I just want to have a saw wave. And I'm just gonna grab this MIDI, I guess. Heck, I can even put... let's grab this. And let's group this. Put that on a group. And then let's... oh no, let's not do that because then I can't freeze it. I want to be able to freeze this one. Yeah, come on. Undo. Yo. There we go. Let me just copy this. Just paste it on here. So I'm just gonna add a saw wave here. And it's just gonna be a plucky sort of like saw. So it's just gonna do something like this. A little bit of attack. Just because that will add those saw wave harmonics into this pad. So if I and then maybe add another one with some width. There we go. Maybe bring that one down a bit more. It's getting a bit much now because okay, I have an idea. Let's mute this one. Then we can, if we go in here, just do that. So now we should just get an E minor kind of atmosphere. And we want to have something else underneath here, but not sure what yet. So annoying that you can't stop this. Like, see, it's still going. So that's the only annoyance I have with it. If we do that, then it stops. That one just doesn't. I want to hear real quick what this sounds like without this. Yeah, so that's really low. That's more like what we need. So we get that low note and the high note. And then let's see, maybe try that one. We can also, yeah, I want to see if I can just do that E to D sharp movement. But that is gonna mean that we're gonna have to make the impulse shorter for that to work, otherwise they're gonna overlap too much. But we're gonna see if we can do that. So this is how long? About 5.5 seconds. So it luckily tells me how long this is now. So 5.5 seconds. So if I just do a little bit longer than that, and they're still going to have a little bit of overlap, but not too much. Let's see what that would give us then. And then let's make that one longer. So now this should just play the bass notes. And then with this one combined, we should get that same progression that we had earlier with these ones right there. Okay, it's too short. It's not exactly right. Okay, that works. There we go. Let me grab a drink. Okay. Actually, let me... I'm gonna delete these. So we're just gonna have this fully sustained. Let me just freeze these two tracks so that we don't get those tills the entire time, because that's quite annoying. Although they do sound quite cool. They do sound quite ominous. I don't like having those tills playing the entire time. It's a little bit annoying. So let's just freeze that, and I'll do the filtering on the group. So after the compression as well. Come on. Yes. Come on. There we go. Okay. So then we can just put a filter on here. And then we can just... Let's add a bit of a... I want to add something that is sort of like a repeating element as well, because I think this whole intro just needs to be one that kind of grows over time. So let's just start with a serum again. I'm just going to start with really simple patch again. Just... let's actually do it with an LFO. Let's just add that to the volume here. Just do a shape like this. Something like that, maybe. Like some rhythmic thing with that skill that we're using, get some really interesting things. So let's see if we can find something cool, and then we need to make a good patch for it. But dun, 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 dun. Something. It needs to be a lot shorter, by the way. It wants to go to there, but it's maybe nicer to use that one. Let's see. No, it sounds like shit. But bear with me. Okay, we need to make this twice the length. Because we need... What plugins can you not live without that you would recommend everyone have? Ooh. That's a good one. What plugins? Well, it depends what you're looking for, really. Like, I can always recommend Serum still, because it's one of the best wavetable synths, but, yeah, in terms of synths, Serum, Faceplant, and Pigments, I guess, would be the three that I would name. Sooth 2 is definitely one that I would probably also name, because it just helps with a lot of things. It can really be very helpful. But yeah, it really depends what you're looking for. In my opinion, what you should always do is first learn your DAW well, right? And learn everything that comes with that. But the Melda bundle, definitely, that's one that I would recommend, but that just has everything you need. So, like, the Melda bundles are really good. That's just something that I could always do. And like, the free bundle that they have already is, like, really good. There's so many good things in there. And I couldn't recommend it enough. There's so many hidden gems in there that I have never even opened yet, and there's so many helpful things you can do with them. But even just a wave shaper, for instance, it's just so helpful to have. One that I definitely would recommend is maybe not necessarily a plugin that generates sound, but Bird, Mr. Bird's rolling sampler. Get that one. It's $9 or $10. You just have that. You just put it somewhere. You get this thing, which let me just make a little smaller. You get this thing, and anything that we do, if I don't know, go to here, will be recorded to your RAM memory. And let's say you like that, you want to have that tail, you can select this, and you can drag it straight into your project. And it's there. And now it saves it as an audio file in a folder. And you just have this part. See, it's only that part that I selected. And we can stop this so it's not running. But now I have it here. Such a helpful plugin. So Mr. Bird's rolling sampler, I can't recommend it enough. It's such a helpful thing. And because it also comes with a standalone version, so I actually never use this one. I most of the time just use, or well, sometimes I do. If I just want to sample, like resample some stuff, or if I'm playing with something, I'll just have this running, and you get options as well, so you can set like the duration to a max of 10 minutes. By default it's 45 seconds, but the longer you put it, the more RAM it's gonna consume, obviously. But it only saves it as an audio file the moment you put it in your project, so you drag it into your project. And there's also a standalone version. So if you run the standalone, you can use it to sample stuff from, let's say, a YouTube video. Like you want to sample a vocal from YouTube or something. You don't have to go to grab the link and to one of those dodgy MP3 websites or whatever, you know. You know the websites I mean, YouTube to MP3 shit. You don't have to do that. You can just play the thing on YouTube and just have the standalone version running. So if I just go and do rolling sampler, not sure if it's gonna work because I'm also running Ableton. Yeah, rolling sample has stopped working. It's acting up a little. I'm not sure why that is. That's been since the last update, I believe. So probably need to wait for the next update. But right now this one works perfectly fine. So it also has a standalone version, and with that you could just, you know, capture any audio basically running through your interface. Which is great. It's a really nice thing to have. So it's not really something that you know, makes sound or anything, but it's really helpful for when you're doing resampling, because yeah, you don't have to set up a track for resampling, you don't have to, you know, have a Ableton recording, you can just have a patch open and just jam around, and then as soon as something happens while you're twisting knobs that sounds really cool, you're like, oh, that till there was really nice, but because it's running, you'll have it. And heck, if you set it to 10 minutes and just let it run, you can just play around for 10 minutes and then drag the entire 10-minute file into your project. So, yeah, it's a great thing to have. What other things? Well, one thing that I have been messing quite often with lately is the Cardinal thing, which is free. That's Cardinal from Distro. That's basically just VCV Rec, but then free. So it's like modular stuff, which is kind of cool. Yeah, well, I'm not gonna name the obvious ones, you know, FabFilter stuff, because you know probably those already. Newfangled Audio makes some good plugins. Definitely check those out if you haven't yet. I like Unfiltered Audio stuff a lot, which you can get on Plugin Alliance. Those are some pretty nice plugins. Can you send me a link for that plugin for the Bird rolling sampler? You can find the website right here. birdsthings.com. And like I said, it's like, I think it's like $9 or something. Oh, it's gotten it's gotten more expensive. It's now 19. I think I bought it for $10, but it's now a little bit more expensive. But still, $19 is still well worth it. And he's also developing it still, so you're supporting the developer with it. So definitely still worth it. But it was a little cheaper. Yui. I mean, I have them. They actually sponsored me when I first started my channel, so I have a couple of their stuff. I like Diva a lot. Diva's pretty good. For like analog type sounds. And it has a really nice arpeggiator as well. Diva has a really interesting arpeggiator in it with some interesting modes that can sound pretty cool for ARP patterns and shit. And combined with the quite nice analog sounding oscillators that it has, it makes for some really good ARP lines, in my opinion. So for that, I would definitely sometimes use Diva. I like Zebra too as well, but I haven't used it in a really long time. I have it installed though, but I haven't really used it in a long time. I think I still need to register the Hans Zimmer one, because I saw that I had that one in my account and I could download it. But I don't think I have it registered yet. We can check. No, it's still in demo mode. But I did reinstall them, the ones from Yui. Yeah, other than that, I guess Valhalla reverbs, those are really my go-tos. Valhalla reverbs and the Valhalla delay. Those are, I just like the sound of those. They just are one of the better reverbs in my opinion, like better algorithmic reverbs. There's a couple of other ones that are really good, but I just sticked with the Valhalla ones because I really like them. I guess Output Portal would be a plugin I would also name because I really like the sound of Portal. In fact, I think we're gonna use Portal. Let's put Portal on this thing right here. Are they doing a Zebra 3? I didn't even know that. Oh, that's exciting news. I'll definitely get in touch with them because I would love to test it out around the time it comes out. That would be great. So I'll get in touch with them again. Because I really liked what they did back then with Zebra. It was a really new approach to doing synths because of how they did the UI. So I'm really curious to see what they would do in this day and age. Because it's been a really long time since Zebra 2 was released, right? So I'm really curious to see what they would do now. Because times have changed. There's so many new things that are possible now with soft synths, and UI design as well. Like UI design has changed a lot since then. So yeah, I'm really curious to see what they're gonna do with it. Yeah, I think Portal is also really good. So especially for like these things like this. If we put like, I don't know, maybe a saw wave in here instead of a sine wave. Like Portal is just, I don't know, Portal is just amazing. We put it after this, then we can hear a little bit more what it does. I just love the sound of Portal. Instant idea generator, basically. Just going through some presets and you're just gonna get some really cool stuff. It's just, I don't know. Portal has so many good presets already that's really good for that. You just go through it and just find some things that you like the sound of. Let's maybe... It's really weird, but you get some really cool things out of Portal. And like I'm just going through the presets, but you can make your own patch, of course, if you want. Now another one that I really like as well, in terms of like granular stuff, like I said, was the, which might actually sound good on this thing, is Unfiltered Audio Silo. So this one. This one, I keep forgetting about this one, but it's actually really good. So if let's just turn these off, and let's just focus on the granulator. Let's set the rate to tempo. We got that. And then I'm gonna set the buffer size to a tempo synced thing as well. So let's maybe do 1. Change this shape here. so we don't get any clicks. I mean, and it's gonna be the same every time it loops as well, because we're setting this to tempo sync values. And now the coolest part, this thing, the mask features. Look right now, it's just jumping back and forth, right? Every time, like, these dots are both black, right? And then it lights up. Black dots is when it triggers a grain. As soon as I change this, we get a different shape. And look, one is not black, one is white. Okay, this sounds really bad. Don't take that out of context, please. But you can see what that means, right? So all the black ones are actually doing something, are triggering a grain, and then this one is not turned on. So there it skips triggering a grain. And then if we change this, it changes that, and we get all kinds of patterns. So for instance here, we now get... See? We get a pattern. See, now it's every other one. And then this adds a reverb again. This thing messes with the panning. So if we... that will mess with the panning, and then we get all kinds of weird modes. See, we get like weird panning movements, and you get like, I don't know, stars. It's really weird. And by changing this, like if I set it to something like this, it's not going to be the same every time it loops. Now it's just gonna... See, it's gonna be different. But if I do, I don't know, exactly 0.5... it does a more like looping thing, where it's every time the pattern is the same. And if I set this to 1 or 2 or 0.25, then it's also doing that. I like 0.25, I think. And we get some pretty cool stuff. That way the grains are gonna go the other direction. And you also got these things here, which are basically randomizers. So if we get random grain rate, random size, which can be cool, but... And I think this one also has the mask thing, so you can also do it here, so that it triggers the reverb only at certain points. Which is even weirder. See, the reverb is now triggered in a different pattern than this. It's like some weird fucking shit happening. But it's really cool. Okay, let's play this with the track and see what we get. So you can also see, like, this one has exactly 8 dots, so this one is going to be in sync with the BPM, whereas there's also ones that will have like 9 dots or like 11 dots, for instance, and then you're going to obviously get a polyrhythm because it's set to 1/8. So every 1/8 note, it moves a dot ahead in this circle, right? So we can also, if we add random speed here, then every time it's gonna go here, if I play it now, it should start getting slower and faster as well. Why aren't you doing that? Or, oh wait, I need to do this. Yeah, see, if I make this random, it's slow, faster. See, it also starts doing that. So you can generate really weird patterns with this. And it can also get really fun if we start setting it to dotted timings. Can even set this to 0. And then... It's not moving at all, it's just staying in the same position. Or you can go... That can also be fun, going backwards, by the way. So doing like minus 0.5 or something. Oh, that's minus 5, that's a bit too much. Minus 0.5. Now it will start going backwards. And it's the position from where it chooses to pick a grain, basically. Yeah, it's really weird. It's very subtle though what it does, but it makes for an interesting effect. Oh, that's interesting. This one is only changing when this one triggers. See? I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like, why is this one going in a slower speed? But this one is only changing when this one is triggered. Then this one actually moves. That's interesting. That's why it creates that rhythm and why it stays in time. That's interesting. Not sure if I like it on this thing though, but let's see. Shaperbox is another plugin I would probably add as well at this point. By Cable Guys. Let's add a Shaperbox on top of this one. Like, it's another one of those plugins where you just throw it on something and just start going through some presets and you'll find something that does something cool. Good for resampling. It's such a powerful plugin as well. Such... Can do so many weird things with this. Really powerful plugin. Okay, let's go back to what we were working on. Let me save, by the way. Let me stretch real quick because holy shit, I've been sitting hunched over, looking at the screen for a while. Let's go. Okay, so I like this atmosphere thing building up and then going into the drums. I really like how those drums come in. So just having that a tense sort of like atmosphere. I might want to get rid of the low end and replace that with like something more stable, but it's fine for now. Now the pitch of the snare is still a little bit off, I think. Hitting D, but wants to be around there, I think. Let's go and unfreeze this real quick. I want to see if we can do a little change here. So, in this skill, we could also go... If we go to C... That's going to sound like shit now, because it's going to trigger that impulse. My bad. Should have turned that off. C... That would be C major. So we could maybe leave that one played at E. Then let's turn that off and let's go to B maybe. So we get... This gets too low, so let's do that. Now, I think it's a little too long here. That's better. Why does that sound wrong? What's going on here? Oh. Also some really resonant frequency in this one. Around here. Maybe if we just let's just add a soothe to this one. Never hurts. Even automate it so it goes from that to that, or the other way around. Just add a little bit. Yeah, I hate why you keep playing, so let's just freeze you. Now we need to think about what kind of drop we're gonna do. I'm not too convinced yet on the chord progression, but that probably will come as well when we have an idea for a drop. Because then I can kind of think what would fit in front of that in terms of the chords. But we have something that builds nicely, so that's what we need. Okay. you do that? Whatever. I'm thinking about what kind of pattern I'm gonna do in the drop. So that I can... Because I wanna probably do this chord thing earlier. Maybe here. And then go into like a build here during this. So that the drop is a little bit easier to transition into. Then it also doesn't really matter too much what the pattern of the drop is. Maybe we should do that actually. So then I have to unfreeze this again. Unfreeze. Let's grab this and just put it here. Actually, I don't like that, so let's keep it there then. Okay, one moment. I'm just gonna quickly listen on my speakers for this one. Just to this intro, and I'm just gonna walk to the other side of the room, because then I usually hear a different thing as when I sit behind my computer. For some reason, I don't know if I'm the only one who has that, but if I'm not looking at the screen, I get other ideas than when I'm looking at the screen, if that makes any sense. I'll be back in just a little bit. I'll mute the mic and I'll just play this. Actually, that might not even be too bad. Bum, bum, bum. Now we're also getting the tills of this, so what I'm also going to do is I'm going to automate that so that this turns off here. So I'm thinking, what if we do a little And let's give it, make it monophonic. Let's do this in mono. Looking for one that sounds sort of like bit, yeah, how to explain it. Let's set this to super. Like at certain positions it'll sound a bit more in phase, and by locking it we get it's very subtle now, but if we add processing it starts becoming a lot more apparent. So let me just quickly add the Melda wave shaper. Let's do wave shaper. Let's do a multi-band one. Clear. Okay. Let's reset that. And then let's add another band. And maybe another band so that we have 3. And then let's do something here. So set it to 100. Let's just add some points here, and let's change this one to, I don't know, have some sine wave kind of shape in it. Oh, let's click that. So we can play with, like, giving it some let's just use that, and this one has a weird shape for some reason. Not sure why that is, but let's just remove this. Clear. This will just boost this up. So we could also, I don't know, maybe let's do another bend here. What if we do something? Okay, that's let's remove this one. is it not doing what I want? Maybe if we just grab the regular one and just give it a little, I don't know, something similar to what I was doing, but then on the entire thing, see what happens. Not sure why that one also changed, but let's just put that back. Oh, maybe also because we are still listening in mono. Maybe that's why. Let's just add a little that. See how much nicer it sounds in stereo. So we want to find something in mono that sounds good as it sounds in stereo, which we can find by finding the right position here, which is a bit of a pain, but every time it re-triggers we get a different thing. So see, we can find something, but because we have a long release it's also harder to find. And then I probably want to decrease it a little bit here, so we just get a little bit of width. Now I think I want to do a bit more. Let's see, what if I automate the filter as well? So let's assign this to here and as well to here maybe. Let's do it to 5. So that I can What's on the master chain? Not much. Well, it looks like a lot, but all of this is not doing anything. So this is all not doing anything. It's still gonna sound exactly the same. See? The only thing that's really doing something is this, but everything is turned off. So nothing is on the master, basically, at this point. There we go. Exactly the same. It's just only things that I have here that I might use. Like, here I have what I would maybe use for master processing, so that's not important. That's just a compressor, but it's turned off. And a limiter, so Pro L. You can see the settings I use. That's basically everything. 8 times oversampling, maybe true peak limiting, depending on if I just check with and without. Sometimes sound better, sometimes sound worse, so just depends. But that's it. But it's also turned off. I'm not using it at the moment. And all the other things, like this is just to quickly check between stereo, the mid, and the sides. So I can just click this, and then it's only playing the mids. I can just hear what it sounds like in mono. If I want to hear what is in the sides, I just do that. And I can hear what is exactly what is in the sides. And then this rack works in combination with this one. I'm not exactly going to explain how to set it up because I got this from somebody else. This is, if you want to know how to set this up, go to the Patreon from Face, drum and bass artist Face, because he did a video about it on his Patreon. But yeah, it's just this rack works in combination with this. So if I want to hear the mono signal and then only the low end, I do that. And then now I only hear the lows that are in the mids. Or if I want to hear if there's lows in the sides, I do that. And now I can hear that there's low end in the sides. So I can say like, oh, maybe I want to high pass that, right? So that's what this rack is for. And then if I just want to hear the full signal again, I just do that. And this is just different frequency ranges, basically. The high end, just the mids, low end, and this one is just the it's kind of like the mids and the highs combined / or like with a little bit of a low pass on it at the end, which is nice for hearing like, I don't know, like melodic things and such. It makes more sense when you hear a full mix. See, that's more like that kind of a range. So without the sub, basically, and without the really high frequencies. That's just the high end, the mids, the lows, and the full. So that's what that is doing. That's just to help me, basically, to just sometimes say like, oh, I just want to hear what it sounds like in mono. This is just the tape stop that I used during the intro of the stream and the outro of the stream. And And these are just some analyzers. So span, as usual, always helpful to have. Really nice, precise frequency analyzer. I use the span plus one. You need to buy that one. You also have a free version. That one is perfectly fine too. This one is nice because it gives you the overlays. So you can like capture the frequency response of one of your favorite tracks and then the drop, for instance, and just capture that as an image. And you can save that as a PNG file, and then you can load it up right here. Using this, you can just load it up. It's, I don't know where. I had a few, but I don't know where they're saved because I never really use it anymore. But you can then load that frequency curve up and you can just compare it, which is kind of nice. But there's other ways of doing that now as well, so not that important. But it's a good frequency analyzer. Vision 4X, really nice. Really like this one. Especially because I can drag it over to my second screen and just put it full screen there. So it's just on my other monitor and just full screen. And I just have this open when I'm producing, but when I'm streaming, I have my second screen in use for the stream. So, but I like that you can see, like I brought down the level a little bit here. So in the options, you can change the what was it again? The headroom here. You can, if it's set to 0, it's just gonna basically be like that. But if you bring this up to like 50% or something, you can actually see the areas where it goes over 0. Because I'm not really gain staging anything. This is just all hitting at 0, so the drums are hitting fully at 0 dB. And it's layering with the bass. And then that is of course gonna clip on the master because, well, for some reason it's not clipping. If I... Oh yeah, it definitely is. See? It's clipping like crazy, but we can now actually see where it's clipping and how much. So if I now start sidechaining, for instance, so I don't really have much of a sidechain for the snare, but we're using only one snare, right? Yeah, we're using only one snare, so nice. I can say if I... let me do this. I have an idea. If I grab this one, put an external instrument in here, and send the MIDI to... Oh, I can't choose my sidechain tracks. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Okay, well, then we're not gonna do it that way. Can I... track 8. Yes, track 8. If I select this one, then is it only gonna trigger when this rack does something? So, yeah, it's responding to the kick. Nice. So then all I have to do in here is make another chain that can be empty, by the way, and just set that range to D1, which is the snare that we're using. I can actually set it to the entire range for the snares, which is C#1 to G#1, I believe. Yeah, up to G#1. So now that entire range is triggering this one. So if I then now go in here and select instrument rack, and I need to name these as well. So let me just do addictive drums 2 break. This is the kick, and then this is the snare. Then I can go in here and say choose snare pre-effects, and then that will now respond to the snare drum. Now, it will also respond to the ghost snares, which I might not want. So I can put those on that one, which is another snare. Oh, and if I then limit the range of this one to just D1, it's gonna work. So just do that, D1. Yeah. Now that is only responding to the snare and not to the ghost snares. So I just need to remember that the main snare is going to be on D1, and the other ones can be other ones. Cool, so now I have that, and then I can just set my sidechain up. So if I now group this, let's say this is going to be the bass. Let's just use a compressor, just because that's quicker. I can also use Elevoto or something like that, but this is just quicker. Just grab the Live 8 compressor. Why does it take this long to load? Ableton is not... Oh. Let's save. I thought Ableton was crashing, but for some reason it just took a little bit. And I'm just going to select the trigger from the kick. And then I'll duplicate that and do the trigger from the snare. There we go. So now that responds to this. See? So that is ducking nicely. And now I can go play that together with the drums. And I can see in here how much that has fixed the clipping without doing anything on the master. So there's no... There's no limiting on the master, anything going on that is really doing anything to the sound. But I can see how much the sidechain has fixed that clipping. So, see? We still have a bit here, but that is from that ghost snare. That ghost snare has no sidechaining. So I might want to put that loud ghost snare, which is not really a ghost snare, it's more like a slightly quieter than the main snare. And a ghost snare is more like that one. So maybe put that one on this one, so it also triggers the sidechain. And then I can now already visually see that it stays below 0 because of the sidechain. And that is quite helpful to be able to see. I really like that feature. But just in general, it's nice to have this open on like a second screen. Basically, you get a bit of an idea of where your levels are, if they're in a relatively right spot. And just being nice to be able to see this. And it's also nice that you can zoom in on it and just, you know, go back and forth. And I forgot how to do that though. Thought you can scroll through this as well somehow, but not entirely sure how you did that. Well, whatever, doesn't matter. And then, of course, yeah, we gotta have that. Gotta have that. And this thing is this is what I recently discovered. This is a Max for Live device called Live Workflow Tools, and it's called Auto Track Colors. So this is actually changing the colors of my tracks. It's a really cool Max for Live device. So if I would call this track perks, it changes the color. See? So if I now change this to drums, it changes color again. If I change this to theme, oh, it doesn't. If I change it to synth, it changes color. See? So it's just, I'm not sure why it has reset that to synth, but if I do bass, we get that. If we do sound effects, we get that. If we do vocals, we get that. And that just automatically changes the colors of my tracks depending on how I have it set up right here, which is really nice. So you can just, this has changed again for some reason. Let's just have it like that. So you can just see I have these set up like this and the master track is black, and that way this will always be in the right colors regardless of what I do. And then I don't have to go and do this all the time and change the color. I can just type in whatever I want and it works. So this is not a vocal thing though, so let's do what was that? I forgot what that was. Oh yeah, that was that sub thing, so sub boom. And then these two are drums, so I can just do drums. Normally that would maybe be a different color, like if let's say like I don't know, ungroup that. Like if this one was a different color, for instance, and you just group these, it's obviously gonna get that color. And then I would just do this, boop, drums, and it automatically changes, and all I have to do now is do that. Which is nice. It's a sort of like nice little extra workflow thing. And it keeps the colors kinda similar as well. Which I just like it to look nice when I'm working on sound, so that just speeds that up, which is a really nice little thing. And these two are pretty cool too. These note frequency ones. So this will tell me the frequency per note. So this is a Max for Life device by what was his name? Let's see. Kilihu? Here, Kilihu on the Max for Life website, on the Max for Life device library. Kilihu called Notes Frequency, and it basically just gives you for every note and all the octaves, it just gives you the hertz value for the note, which is really nice. So if you're making samples or if you're working on a track and you're like, oh, what is the right hertz value for this snare that I want to tune it to in this EQ, or I need to know what note that is. For instance, you can just look it up here, which is quite helpful. And he has another one which is a BPM converter, so that just looks at your project tempo and it just tells you like, okay, so half a beat is this many milliseconds, which is quite nice. Or like half a beat is 686 milliseconds, so that's quite helpful. You can see like what everything is. And he has a couple more of those kind of devices, which are just things that just show you for like if you need to tune a delay time, for instance, or sync a delay time to project tempo, like you can do that with this. Like if it doesn't have time syncing, for instance, and you want to sync a free running delay to exactly a dotted note, you can just look up how many milliseconds it is, and you can just use that in the delay, which is nice. So yeah, that's my master track. Quite complicated for something that really isn't doing much, because only this rack would be doing something. And yeah, I can tell you what this thing is. It's a transient shaper. It's not really that interesting. You might think, why do you put a transient shaper on the master track? Well, I'm not using it for transient shaping. This one is called Shock Audio Transient Shaping. I learned this trick really long ago from, I think it was an old tutorial from a Gabber producer, and he was using this and showing this how he gains like a couple of extra dB of headroom on his final master track. And I was like, that's actually quite interesting. So what it does is basically just this drive thing, which is just a little bit of saturation basically, and it takes the peaks, the loudest peaks, and it just saturates them slightly, and you just basically lose a little bit of volume with it. It gets a little quieter, but you don't really hear it getting quieter. It's like almost inaudible, but you get like 2 decibels extra headroom or something on your master track, which is nice. So if you want to get like a loud track, this would be something that I would probably use, because it just gives me that extra little... you can do it with other things, it's just a little bit of saturation that gets those peaks down, but it helps quite a bit to get louder tracks. Like, you just... I can show you the difference. So if we go in here, and let's just, right here, let's just click that. So now we're basically hitting 0 without this. So it's not doing any transient shaping at the moment or any saturation. So we're basically just hitting 0. We're actually going slightly over. But there's no limiting either, right? So it's just all just straight out of the master. If I now boost this to like the first line and then reset this, we gain 2 decibels of headroom, but it kind of sounds exactly the same. Well, it's maybe a little audible if I just bring it down ever so slightly. But especially if there's another limiter after it or something like that, you almost don't hear it as an audible change in level anymore, but you do get a little bit of extra headroom, and it saturates it a tiny bit, which is after like the extra mastering on top of that, it just gets you a tiny little bit louder, which is nice. It's not too important anymore these days, but sometimes a track just has to be loud. This is basically set up to do clipping. Sometimes I would bring it more to something like that. Yeah, it's really, I don't know, it's not really easy to hear now because we don't have a full mix of a full track, but if you have a full track, you can definitely hear a slight difference. And it sometimes gels everything just a little bit together as well, that saturation of that transient shaper, so that's why I like it. But you could just as well use something else. Okay, I lost complete track of what we're doing, so let me just recap a little and listen on my speakers real quick. could maybe do something with that. Go with a higher one though. I'm also thinking, what if I keep that G note? So my hand is too small. I can do that with one hand. I'll program it in. It's not too hard. So I'm thinking what could be cool here is just having this one for the first part of the track. Just having this one for this duration, just play an E note. So I'm just gonna do this, and then just get rid of these, and just do that. And then here the chords come in for the first time where it actually starts changing. I think that could be cool. And then we can do here, we can bring in that high note for the first time, I think. Let's see. Oh yeah, let me freeze that one. I think I'll make it come in together when the chords start changing as well. So then here we have just that sort of like atmosphere building already, but it's like that low kind of drone thing that I quite like that. And then maybe some higher resonance thing coming in or something. Something maybe hitting here. And then here we start with and I could even just do that. Because we already have the bass going down there, so then this just extends, creating a major chord with that. And then let's do this, MIDI wheels, let's grab this. Just automate the mod wheel. Doesn't go that high, but we could grab maybe trumpets, maybe muted trumpets even. Well, I don't like that. Maybe French horns. Doesn't go that high either. Ooh, that does work though. Maybe if we just filter it a little bit. Oh yeah. And I saw that there was also a legato version of this patch that might be even better. Then we can do French horns legato. Oh, there's also muted ones, but no legato for that one. So let's use this, and then we should, if we overlap these notes, it's even better. I like that. I might want to have some kind of percussive thing happening here. Just a very subtle percussive thing, like a, I don't know. Oh, do I still have that library installed? Contact. One moment, let me check. If I still have it. Oh yeah. Then this one? Let's go for something high. It's a little slow with the legato, so I probably would want to change these ever so slightly, so... That's better. So that, because it happens a lot with like orchestral libraries where when you use the legato patches a lot, but also with like just string libraries and such. I know I have one string library which is called, sounds really good by the way. I might even use that on this to kind of double this up. It's called Tokyo Strings or Tokyo Scoring Strings. It's a really nice library, and I really like the sound of it. It captures that sound of like a lot of Japanese game soundtracks and like Japanese movie soundtracks. Which one thing that the library has, for instance, is that, or for instance, one thing that the library has though is that all the notes are like delayed, so you really have to sort of like adjust it and make the notes hit a little bit earlier, or use the track delay in like a negative value so that it kind of offsets it again. But it sounds really nice. I don't know, maybe let's try cello maybe. See what could work. But this is a nice library. I really like the sound of it. Just a huge interface for some reason. Yeah. It's really quiet. Almost sounds like a flute. Can we? I haven't gotten this library that long yet, but can we turn off? Oh, there's a polyphony. Then we should. It has a huge latency though. It's really difficult to play. Even with this one, it says 0 latency, but it's still a bit of latency. Oh, it doesn't have that low note. I'm like, what? But I recently got that library because it sounds quite nice. And for some instances, it can be exactly what I need, but I don't think for this one. Oh yeah, that's even better. I might wanna do it a slightly different way though. Let me let's put this here, put that there. So we just have the regular, and then I'm gonna go in here, and I'm just gonna grab this and just say just do that, and with the percussion it's a little off still. Let's see. I'll worry about it later. Doesn't matter. Let's do that as well. Then map that to, I don't know, macro 6. I'm not entirely sure how we're gonna introduce this one. How we're gonna bridge the gap between the drop and the intro. Let's think. Because I don't think it works with that chord change, honestly. That we have going on here. Also, let's try again what we did earlier. Let's put that after this. Can we get something cool? The fuck? Ah. There we go. Look at the waveform at the top. What? What's going on? Use DC offset. That's what's going on. My... Hello, Ableton, come on. Again. Oh, no, it's not. Yeah, patch really simple as well, so maybe that's why it doesn't wanna. Why are you only... Come on. Let's see. Why do we have so little high-end? How are we gonna make more high-end on this thing? I don't know. This bass is not really doing what I wanted to do. Why is it? I don't know. Sounds like shit, that's why. On its own. Who? Ah, that's what. Shit. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure about this sound. Let me... The pattern could work, but the sound is shit, so... Let me go back to this. It's not really getting me anywhere, that bass at the moment, so... Let's think about this section. Whoa, what? So hard to hear it here. What kind of bass is gonna work underneath this that we can actually hear through it? That's gonna pierce through that pad. That's the question. Because it's a really big pad. Like it's really. So we need something that can punch through that. What can we do for that? Let me quickly check. I'm gonna try one of these. I'm not sure which one, but let's see if this could work. one sounds really nice in those notes. That is different notes than what I'm actually doing, but those are the fifths of the chord though. So maybe we can make that work. No. That's gonna sound like shit. Oh, that actually sounds fucked with sidechain. But could we make a Reese work? Maybe we just have to get some of those pads out of the way here. Or filter them. Or something. Why does that... Oh, it changes... Ah. Let's try... different one, maybe? That one sounds too low. Yeah, how late is it? Oh, it's already that late. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stop streaming. I'm gonna take a break. My ears are hurting from my headphones. Are there still people here, or the chat is also really quiet for a really long time? Or is the chat frozen? No, it's just quiet. There's 15 people watching still, so anyways, I'll be in the Discord after the stream, so join the Discord if you haven't yet. I'll drop the link in the chat as well. And if you want to support me, you can support me on Patreon. Link to that will also be in the chat. Now, I didn't make too much today. I wanted to make more, but I need to get better at bass sound design. That's the one thing. I get stuck a lot when I start doing the bass, and I've noticed that recently. And sometimes I have days where it just comes together really well, but a lot of times I struggle with bass. So maybe we have to do a bass sound design stream sometime, and just make basses, make more bass patches, and explore making more bass without thinking about making a track, if you get what I mean. That might be a good idea to do someday. Next time live. Well, I'll go live on every Friday. So every Friday on 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. I need to work this weekend though, so on Sunday. So I probably won't stream extra this weekend. Maybe tomorrow if I do feel like it, but most of the time I don't really feel like streaming on Saturday evening. So probably not. But you never know. Maybe I do. If I do stream though, I'll let you all know on the Discord. So join the Discord because that's where I'll notify you when I go live. But next week on Friday, I'll definitely go live again. So if you wanna get my new preset pack, I'll drop the link to that in the chat as well. I have a new preset pack out on Black Octopus Sound. It's a preset pack for Pigments by Arturia. It's a preset pack aimed at drum and bass. So if you wanna get some nice drum and bassy kind of sounds for Pigments, then that pack, check it out. And if you buy it, obviously, you help me out as well, and you will help keep the streams going with that. So anybody who does purchase it, thanks a lot. If you made anything with it, by the way, with the presets, then feel free to send me a message and send me the track and be like, hey, I used some of your presets or something like that. I would love to hear them. That's always cool. Always nice to see how other people use presets that I've made, you know? It's always fun. Because some other people usually look completely different to the presets and like, hey, I can use it for this, and I'll be like, oh, I would have never thought of that, which is cool. And it sometimes even gives me ideas as well when somebody sends me a track where they used the sound that I made or a sample that I made or a preset that I made, and I'm like, oh, I would have never thought of using it that way, and that's so fun. Anyways, I'll be back next week for sure, and maybe I'll stream extra if I feel like it, but I'll let you know. This month I will have a week where I have a bit more time to stream. So that will be, I think, the week of 16th of May, which is not next week, but the week after that. I'll have more time to stream. So I might do some extra streams in that week. So from like the 16th up to the 23rd, something like that, I'll have some more time. So I might be able to do a couple of extra streams then and just do a couple of fun streams where we just, I don't know, make some sounds and do some weird things and probably make some bass then, I guess. But we'll see at that point. Or maybe work on some tunes that I have still that I need to finish, because that could also be something. probably gonna make sure that I'll have the tracks that I want to finish. Sort of like, how do you say it? Sort of like organized by that point, so that I can I know where they are, and then we can work on it on stream. That could also work. But yeah, I'll see that by then. We still have another week left, or like a week and a half left before it's that time. So, anyways, thanks for being here. I'll be back next time. I'll be in the Discord, like I said. So if you have any questions, come there and drop them in the Discord, and I'll answer them. Thanks for watching, and see y'all in the next one. Peace.